Hello, everybody. Hello. Okay, let me let people know that I'm live. Great, my glasses are dirty. I need to so many things. So many things I need to do. I got paralyzed by choice and by all of my responsibilities today, and I kind of just shut down. Excuse me. That was disgusting. Okay. 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 Hello, Kimberly. Hello, Jesus. You ate a mooncake? Nice. I ate some Oreos earlier. Hello, everybody. Oh my gosh, I just checked Twitter. And I'm almost to 500 followers on Twitter. That's so funny. I remember when I was just breaking 300. And I got a notice on Twitter that says I had 1.6 thousand impressions on my posts in the last 7 days, which I don't know what post I had that popped off. But that's just funny. I mean, most of my posting is going live posts. Yeah, wait, Maggie Smith, that sounds familiar. Hey, that's all right, Noel, man. I'm glad to have you. Oh, Jesus, sounds like you're making a bunch of progress. Sounds like you're making a bunch of progress. I'm so happy for you. Oh, yeah, I remember hearing about her passing, about Maggie Smith passing. Okay, and we gotta post on the Book of Faces. Okay. Ah. Okay, oh, got distracted. Hello, Kalora. Yeah, I would love to see them, Jesus. Yeah, it is sad whenever some of your favorite actors and actresses pass away, Kimberly. Focus. I gotta focus. Okay. Okay. Okay, alrighty. So also, if you're watching, can I use magic to get here? Well, we'll see what happens. If you're watching the stream on YouTube, please be sure to like the stream. It helps the algorithm with getting it out to more people. It helps with the growth of the channel. And it's just really cool. So, if you could like the stream, that'd really help. I know it seems kind of redundant, but like I've noticed since I started asking during the beginning and middle of the streams, it has helped a lot with growth of the channel. Okay. What model do I want to use today, chat? Chat, what model do I want to use today? Okay, we're doing this one today. We're using a model I never actually intended to use. All right. Boop. Hello. This was an experimental model that I designed when I was experimenting with the armor. As you can see, the armor doesn't have the highlights. The color of the cape is still the original color whenever I found it, and nothing's been changed yet on the colorations. I don't have the resources to get a chibi. I don't even know what a chibi would look like. But yeah, this was an in-between thing when I was experimenting with the model, and I hadn't. Sorry about that. I hadn't nailed down what I wanted to do. Hello, Noel Main. Yes, a little different. Thought I'd goof off a little bit today. Yeah. So, how's everybody's weekends? I've been dealing with a lot of depression and a lot of exhaustion, and I realized, and it's really funny, because I was trying to figure out why, like, if there might be some medical reason why I've been so tired recently. And then it occurred to me, because of the depression and the exhaustion and the stress and the strain, I had been buying more snacks, and I've been getting snacks from my church. Your weekend was fun? Nice, Kimberly. I'd been getting snacks from like the food pantry thing at my church. I'd been... hello, Alice. I don't know. I take vitamin D supplements, so I hope it's not a vitamin D deficiency. I take vitamin D supplements every day. But I realized that I was getting a lot of these like very carb-laden snacks, but I hadn't been... Hello, LeMay. Yeah, I thought I'd try something a little different today. I'd been getting more of these carb-laden snacks, but I hadn't been getting more protein in my diet. And that's when I realized that it's probably messing with my diabetes. For those of you who don't know, protein helps the body with processing carbs. And normally adding sweet stuff isn't so big of a problem. Hey, I get that, Noel Main. I totally get that. Normally adding carbs is like, oh, cool, you're just adding, can have some little bit more energy or whatever. But when you have diabetes, that can mean a lot of ups and downs, especially if you're not adding protein to it. Excuse me. So it's kind of funny that the thing I'd been buying the snacks because I was stressed out. Yeah, I'd been buying the snacks because I was stressed out. And then the snacks were accelerating the stress. So it became this cycle. Oh, that's cool, Kimberly. Gummy bear vitamins. Nice. All right. So I saw something interesting today. Right? Thank you, Kimberly. I thought it'd just be something silly. I designed this model forever ago, and I never actually really used it because it was designed when I was still experimenting with the add-ons. It was kind of an in-between stage thing. Like, this was before I changed the color of the cloak, and this is before the lining was added to the armor to make it more detailed. Your mom was diagnosed with prediabetes. She cut all carbs out of her diet, steak, greens, and a little bit of fruit. Saw improvement. Maybe. It's a whole thing. I was doing really good there for a while. And it's really funny. I've been eating a lot more of the vegan meat substitutes recently than I have been actually eating beans. And like when I was just doing beans, I was doing pretty well. But then like the beans just got really bland, eating the same thing over and over and over again. So like when I moved out on kind of on my own, where I wasn't like having to like help out with groceries with other stuff for the house, I had more food stamps to apply so I could get more food for myself. So I could get snacks, I could get the nicer foods, and try to like relax a little bit. But I think some of that's really contributing to some of my my problems. That's good for you, Noel, man. The cards you ordered? All right, cool. It's always nice to get package. It's like when you order something, you just stick your face at the window looking at the driveway being like, package. Package. You know that meme? Let me find that meme. Here it is. This is what I thought about, Noel, man, when you mentioned about your cards arriving soon. Package is out for delivery. Package. Stick your face at the window. Just one more? Nice. So, for some of you might remember, Friday I ended stream super early. Exactly, Noel, man. Friday I ended stream super early because I wasn't feeling very well. And it was really funny. It was really funny. I ended up like laying down and resting for a little bit, and I was just exhausted. Friday I got the bad news that my disability case had been denied, and a whole lot of fears and stuff had come crashing down on me on Friday. And then all the stuff that's involved with that. And like kind of carried that. And then later on Friday night, I started talking to one of my friends. I think that was you, Jesus, I was talking to about card game stuff. About like ideas I had for refining and dealing with some of the issues that I'd seen that had been brought up to me about my card game. Yes, it was you. Okay. Your name is different here than it is on Discord. So sometimes there's a disconnect in my head. And had some interesting conversation about how to refine some of the things with the card game. And do some more stuff to separate it away from perfect draw and answer some of those issues, right? You're always I don't even know what that means. Always in the know with the monster tamer monster. Always the one with the monster tamer monster. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. That makes sense, Jesus. That makes sense. So I kind of perked up, had some good stuff. The big thing we talked about was this idea that it kind of occurred to me that Jesus mentioned somebody else had been doing a similar idea for their game. And it was this concept of, I remember I'd been talking to my partner about the card game Arise Champions that I'd made for my story. And she'd mentioned that, like, to remember, since it was being made for a story, that, like, I wanted the mechanics to, like, it was okay if there was a mechanic that wouldn't work super well in a real card game if it can add tension to the story. And I was like, I don't know how I feel about that, because I want it to be a functional game, right? Because everybody wants to make a functional game, at least I do. And so I was like, okay. And then I was looking at it, and because what my partner had been talking about whenever we talked about Arise Champions was the fact that, like, separating the ace and the starter card. So then the starter card is a card that starts in your opening hand, and then the ace is the one that can have a stronger effect that normally your deck is going to be anchored around, right? And my partner brought up this idea that, like, there was every possibility that, like, the games would break down into who saw their ace first. Like, yeah, it's a 15 card deck and with decent amount of draw, and the fact that you can draw once a turn when your champion attacks, then all of that stuff, you're most likely gonna see your entire deck in a decently long game, but then it becomes who sees it first. So my solution was to, because I was thinking about how, like, in card games, right? Usually higher rarity cards have stronger effects for their stat line, right? So I had this thought, what if some of the cards were rare and had a stronger effect? So then I kind of followed that to the next step, and I was like, okay, well, what if it's a thing where instead of, because I was like, you would want your ace to be a rare card, and I was like, what if it, at first I was going to have ace and rare be two separate things where multiple cards could be rare, but only one card would be your ace. And I was like, that would just kind of lead to some power creep because your ace would just be 2 points stronger at that point. But oh, that's cool, Noel, man. Yeah, Upstart Goblin. Yes. Upstart got like I was talking to someone about their deck one time, and they had because like Yu-Gi-Oh is like 40 card decks, right? Yeah. And they had a 41 card deck. I think Yu-Gi-Oh is 40. Hold on, it's been so long. Okay, 40 to 60 cards. Okay. And my friend had a 41 card deck and was running one copy of Upstart Goblin. And I kind of just looked at him and I was like, that. But I could see that, Jesus. But it was just really silly. My friend had like a 41 card deck, and one of the cards was Upstart Goblin. And I kind of just looked at him, and I was like, why? He's like, for the draw power. I'm like, it only draws you one card. It replaces... there was no like key synergy. He was a very casual player, right? And he just wanted draw power. And I'm like, it all it does is replace itself. If it drew two, then yeah, that would be a thing you'd play for the extra draw power to increase your advantage. But since all it does is replace itself, it makes your deck 39 cards. If you have 40 cards, one of them is Upstart Goblin, your deck is now 39 cards. And I was trying to explain that to him. And he just didn't understand what I was trying to explain. But yeah, so the idea that I had was, then what if I took the ace tag and I just got rid of it? Got rid of ace, so that way that's one less thing that ties my game to perfect draw. And yeah, hand advantage is hard. And I was like, what if we replace it with rare, and it's a thing where like you can only have a certain number of rare cards in your deck, but you need at least one rare card in your deck. So it could be like, it was still effectively ace, just there were five, you could have up to 5 cards that had rare in your deck. And then by making the whole thing about gaining 1 nobility, the life, a thing that happens the first time you play a rare card, whenever your nobility is less than your opponent, means that it's much more likely to trigger. And I think that really like resolved a lot of that, with a lot of that balance. And I think that because so many cards have like activate or focus, or things where you have to give up your chance to play another card from your hand in order to activate certain effects as part of like their costs. I think getting, and also just the limited number of cards you can play in a turn. I think some decks having follow-up, where you can play an additional card this turn, will be really useful. Blessing of Shadow versus spell that costs 3 mana, draw 2 cards, recover 2 mana, heal 2 if you have more evolution points than your opponent. Wait, hold on. It costs 3 mana to play and you recover 2 mana, so it literally just costs 1 mana, but you have to have 3 on board, so you can't use it turn 1. I don't know if that's clever or like annoying. But that was fun. Working on card game designs, that really helped me. Oh. Also worked on changing up the battlefield, so instead of being 3 warriors and 3 items, it's now 4 warriors and 4 items, and did something interesting. Because originally I talked about having that size limit remover effect be like this super rare effect that you can only have 1 card with it in your deck, and yada yada, right? And that had been the original plan. But when I was talking to Jesus about it, Jesus brought up a good point, that it was the thing where it just becomes an ace with extra steps if it's a one-of card. If you can only have 1 card, well, all the cards are one-ofs, but if you only have 1 card with that effect. So then I was like, okay, so then what if I make it a thing where the card size goes up to size 4, right? There is no, you don't need an extra effect, it's just, at that point, your stuff's going to cost negative EP. What was that? Thought I heard a noise. Okay. Okay. I heard a noise and I don't know what it was. So put in the whole thing with the negative EP in order to get the larger size, but then it was like, well, what's going to stop someone from just having an entire field full of size 4s and being untouchable? So then I had the idea that if I'm playing with size, do something with the size limitation. And said, what if the size limit was 4? Which then makes the size 0s really powerful, because you can have a size 4 and a bunch of size 0s. So now, with the current setup, The battlefield is 4 items and 4 warriors. For each items and warriors, you can only have a combined size of 4. Which means like you can have 2 2s and a bunch of 0s. Kind of, Naberu. It's a thing where in Arise Champions, cards can have like pieces of the same effect, right? But no 2 cards can be identical. You can't just make the same card word for word, but with a different name. Oh, goodness, well, man. But also, in my game, I originally had where the ace had to be a warrior, well, now rare cards could be any type of card. They could be warrior, they could be invocation, they could be item, which adds different thing. But I was like, okay, so I don't want someone to just have a full rare deck, right? So the limit I set on it was between one, you need at least 1 rare card in your deck, because that's replacing the old ace. And you could have a max of 5 rare cards in your deck. So 5 of your 15 cards could be stronger. And that enabled this whole interesting thing where a lot of like the lower tier players are going to have the 1 rare card that they got from their starter set. And like the other stuff with just 1 to 2 or 3 rare cards. But like the top tier players, the really intense antagonists, are going to have like 5 rare cards that are going to be really strong. And that also enables this kind of, one of my favorite memes in card game anime is when the whole cast, the whole entourage, give their strongest card to the main character, and the main character adds it to his deck and goes and fights the final battle, and it's like all of his friends are there with him because he's got all of their cards, right? This could happen if in this game where, like, since I have 3 main protagonists, and then I have 2 secondary rivals, that would mean that like the two secondary rivals and the 2 other protagonists could each give a card to the main character to add to his deck, and he would have the 5 rare cards. Okay, you're right. It would be such a brick in real life, Naviru. Sure, Jesus. Send them to me. You okay if I share them with the class? Okay if I share the image on stream? All right, yes. Send me over these starters. Okay. Okay. Gonna send me a vid on Discord, Noel Main? Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. No, it's fine. I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing, Noel Main. Yeah, go for it. Absolutely go for it, Noel Main. Let's see what these starters. There's a lot of starters here. Okay. I don't know why I was expecting like 3 starters like Pokemon. Jesus. But Noel, man, I hope I didn't make you like feel like I wasn't I wasn't interested in what you had to say. Just the thought of how not to do Power of Friendship just sounded like it was going to be funny. Ooh, I like this one, Paladon. Is Terracotta like your series mascot? That's not the button I wanted. I'll share that. Also, the Voltron deck, nice. Always love me a Voltron deck. Look at that. That looks so cool. Ugh. Okay. So there was something in I don't know, when you mentioned that, Nabi, it reminds me of this thing where I don't remember all the details because it's been a long time since I'd seen it. But in Future Card Buddy Fight, there was this thing where the main character had this power to make his cards evolve and do things, right? Yes, that sounds crazy, Jesus. That's a little bit too evil there, Nabiru. So there was this whole thing in Buddy Fight where the main character had this thing that whenever he was in danger, he could make his deck, he could like do kind of the Yugi thing and make his deck like help him and draw on the power of the cards, the miracle draw, the cards evolving, all that like anime protagonist stuff, right? Ooh, Armageddon, nice. Yeah, exactly, Jesus. And the villain was trying to like tear open the space between realities and I think like let out this like great evil, and the villain had backed the main character into a corner in this big final battle, and the main character had like drawn on this power, right? And the villain's like, you don't get it. I want you to defeat me, because in order to defeat me, you're going to draw on this power and be the final thing to tip the scales. So this thing will tear open the space between realities, because your power is the same as my power. And my power is like drawing on this chaos between realms. And like, it made sense because their powers did exactly the same thing. So the villain was like, okay, your power does exactly the same thing as my power, so it must be the same. So now I'm going to bait you into using your power in order to... So either I win and I use my power and do my thing, or you win and you use your power and do your... and still do the thing that I want to happen. Except... sure. How long's the video, Noel, man? But what happened, chat, in Buddy Fight was the main character's like, nah, my power's different. My power draws on friendship, not chaos. And the main character's like, that's irrelevant. It's still doing the same thing. And because of plot armor, the power was different and it didn't fulfill the bad guy's plan. The bad guy had planned out everything, except he was undone by the simple fact of the main character's like, nah, my power is different, even though it does exactly the same thing. Oh, you had some tonkatsu. Nice, Kimberly. Okay. What's this? How long is this? Watch after the 6-minute mark. Oh, goodness. The power, just the last 4 minutes? Okay. Let me put this up. Oh, God. Make sure I don't have... Okay. Okay, let's take a look here. What is this? What card game is this? Oh, Shadowverse. Okay. Let's see this. Okay, starting at 5:51. Some dude just appeared. Summoned a cool looking dragon. Okay. Red hair. Okay, I got that. Ah. What'd you say? Let me pause this for a second. Let's never forget Yugi's, BBT, and 5D's enemy time traveled. Bonds beyond time to stop the game because it would destroy the world. Mains are like, nah, you're evil, thus we will win and save the day. That's fair. Hello, Goldfish. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. When they announced the plot of Bonds Beyond Time, I was really active in like the Yu-Gi-Oh community when the movie was like being teased and stuff, and people were talking about it coming out. And when I remember I was at the card shop when someone was like, "This is the plot of the movie that's about to come out, the Yu-Gi-Oh movie," and my friend was like, "So they're the heroes." The villains are the heroes. And we're like, what do you mean? He's like, well, think about it. There's the Earthbound Immortals. There's the Egyptian gods. And he started listing off all these things and all this stuff from the different series where these world-ending events had almost been caused by duel monsters. And he's like, if duel monsters didn't exist, those things would not have been able to manifest that kind of power. And it was just really funny when he was just like, and we realized like they were heroes that lost. All right, let's finish watching this. If they just got better at card games. Why does this... Oh, goodness, Jesus. Why does this card... Noel, man, why does this card have so many effects? Okay, that was really weird shenanigans. Noel Main. Like, I watched it. Don't even get me started on Winged Dragon of Ra, Nabiru. Don't even get me started on Winged Dragon of Ra. Yeah. I mean, they did that with all the Egyptian gods, I believe. They split the effect of the Egyptian gods between multiple support cards. The idea of the Egyptian gods, at least from a design standpoint, was supposed to be that, like, how do I put it? Yeah. Too many effects, too much BS going on. They did a thing when they talked about the Egyptian gods one time. And they were like, I think one of the designers was talking about it or something. And it was in an interview and was like, the Egyptian gods are supposed to be like a cost. They are a handicap for the honor of playing the Egyptian gods, which makes sense in lore as like they're weak cards that you have to pay this heavy cost in order to play because they are these like powerful gods. But in actual like card gameplay, you'd never use them because their costs are too high and their effects are too weak. That doesn't say a whole lot about World, Jesus. Yeah, I should probably get rid of that. But also, Obelisk was the best one. Obelisk was the most universally useful one. Yes, monarchs are definitely funny, Jesus. Okay, sphere mode wasn't even used for its actual effect. Sphere mode was just used to get cards off the board. Because it could remove untargetable cards. It could break your opponent's board. Excuse me. I remember having to explain about the whole thing that kaijus don't target. Toon Kaiju deck. That sounds really ridiculous, Jesus. Okay. Alrighty. I still can't believe I'm almost to 500 followers on Twitter. Not on Twitch. I wish I was on 500 followers on Twitch. Yeah. I get that. I get what you're saying, Noel, man. If it becomes a thing where our friendship just throws all tension out the window, then you're just like, well, what do, right? Ooh, that's spicy. That's spicy, Jesus. All right, Noel Main, good night. It was great having you. Thank you for coming. I want you to know, Noel Main, that I value you. You are a worthwhile person. You're worthy of love and deserving of happiness and good things. Good night, Noel Main. MC must be the star. So yeah, I did a card game stuff on Friday night. Saturday I spent most of the day sleeping. That is true, Jesus. Yugi still had to win. Yeah, I got a bunch of sleep on Saturday. Then Sunday, I ran my Lancer game, and I was worried I wasn't going to be ready for it. But I spent some time thinking and preparing and going over details and ideas and stuff for it in order to get an idea of what I wanted to happen next. And we had this very like role play heavy session that came together really well. That is also true. Joy was the man who stood against the god. You can't beat the antagonist. But then I had my Lancer game on Sunday. And it was a very role play heavy session. And it was really fun. And I had a bunch of fun with the session and with the characters and with the story development and with tying things in. And then like we got to the next part, and then I have to be ready for the next combat. And I saw this interesting thing, right? I was looking at this thing. I think it's like Girls by Moonlight is this game. It's a Blades in the Dark game, and it has this concept that I really like, that I haven't seen before. I don't know if it's a Blades in the Dark thing or what it is, but like it breaks each adventure up into 4 pieces, right? And ideally, all 4 pieces should happen in like one session or every couple sessions, right? And like in Lancer, you have the 2 modes. You have downtime and you have missions. You have tactical combat, right? And like you have the narrative and the tactical as the two sides, and then and that's how it works in Lancer. Well, it's kind of like that, except it's not exactly like that in Girl by Moonlight. The idea is you have first is your obligation, which is like school, work, whatever your character gets up to whenever you're not focused on saving the world. Then comes your downtime, your investigation, when you're doing like a downtime action or something in order to do research, to heal, to repair equipment, and to do stuff to prepare for the actual mission itself. And then you have the mission, and then you have the afterward, the finale, like I think it's called a cooldown or something. And the idea was it was your characters like coming off the other side of the mission, and this moment that was specifically designed to be like your characters having this what happens next, where you take everything that you learned from this combat, this mission, this conflict, and it really gets summed up as you kind of take in what happened and what this conflict means for the overall story and what changes are about to unfold. And I thought that was really interesting, the way that it unfolds. It adds those 2 extra things of the obligation and the cooldown on top of the normal downtime and mission. And I thought that was really interesting. So I put a system like that in my game that I'm working on. And like the idea of having a section specifically for non-mission related roleplay to like get the characters through their stuff that's not directly related to whatever mission they're doing seems like obvious, right? You want to have stuff for the characters to do their roleplay, to do their stuff, right? But it's having it phrased that way was something I hadn't really thought of. And then today I woke up and I needed to make a bunch of phone calls, but I was overwhelmed and made none of those phone calls. And kind of just slogged around all day as I was trying to figure out what I was supposed to be doing. And then I watched this stream. It's Monday, so they had the Green Ronin, I think it was the Green Ronin YouTube channel, had the Mutants and Masterminds Monday thing. And today they were talking about mechs and kaiju. And I watched it because, like, hey, I used to be really into Mutants and Masterminds, and mech, I love mechs, and I tried to run a mech game. And they proposed this interesting concept that I hadn't considered, that if I had considered it, would have probably made my mech game go a lot smoother when I ran my mech game using Mutants and Masterminds. And that was where you shift instead of giving everything ranks in growth, you shift the scale and say medium is large or whatever, and large is huge, and you shift the scale of the size ranks. And you're like, okay, and you shift what 0 means for like strength and stuff by moving everything up a little bit. And I thought that was interesting. Like it, you can shift the narrative side of how much weight can you carry without shifting the mechanical side of what your points do whenever you're rolling for combat. Because if it's large versus large, it's going to cancel each other out. And I was like, that is really cool. And that is a mechanic that I had not thought of doing. And it was really cool. Made me consider doing more Mutants and Mastermind stuff. I don't know what it would look like, but it could be interesting. Doing some Mutants and Masterminds character building stuff. Building a Henshin hero. Okay. But I originally intended, right, Jesus? I'd originally intended to have tonight be my crazy food stream, where I was going to set up a hand cam and eat a bunch of really silly foods to celebrate breaking 300 YouTube subscribers. But I couldn't really get the motivation to do that and to get prepared and get set up for that. And I just couldn't get my mojo. And I've been thinking a lot about what I want to write for November, right? And I won't go into so many details, but like I was talking to my partner about some stuff and I got motivated. I got passionate about something. And I was like, what if I completely change my direction of what I'm going to write for November? And I came up with this idea, and it was one of those things where I was really excited about this idea. And then I shared it with my partner. Like, he's bad at lying, sticks out too much, and is bad at stealth. He's smart, though, and a decent in combat. My question would be, LeMay, how does flash fiction? I haven't heard of flash fiction. Or do you mean slash fiction? I think, LeMay, it's a thing where how does he stay alive? Oh, it means micro. Oh, goldfish. Okay. if the character you're describing, LeMay, is a spy that's like decent at combat and smart, but really bad at his job, how does he stay alive in that field? How does he not get captured and assassinated? How does he not like ruin missions? Why do the people who hire him still send him on missions? Right? Because normally when you're a spy, you're not like an independently operating spy. You're a spy working for some organization as you're gathering data for them. So why would those people... very short thing. Oh, okay. How short are we talking, Goldfish? But yeah, that would be my only question, LeMay. Less than 1,000 words. Oh, goodness. $200-word max? Holy cow, Jesus. LeMay says 750 to 1,500 words. These are very different... These are very different descriptors, chat. Hey, it's okay, Jesus. Words mean different things, and like... Fair is where you look. Okay. 750 does sound fun, Jesus. Okay. Alright, flash contest here on YouTube. Well, if it's a horror flash contest, I don't know. I don't know, LeMay. Because I don't really write horror. Let me look at this. Let me look this up. Let me look this up. Right now. Flash. Test, okay. That's not it. When I look up right now, it takes me to University of Iowa. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. Let me look on YouTube. Okay. Right now. Okay. I see lots of tutorials for how to write flash fiction. That's not what I'm looking for. You said it was on YouTube, right? There's Project Right Now, Red Banks, New Jersey. But I don't think that's it. This is about teens writing. I am most definitely not a teen. Right now, one word. Okay. Is that... I see. When I look up right now, it gives me Kaufman right now, a YouTube channel with 507 subscribers. Okay. I see 508, but I don't know. I subbed. What is this? Where do they have the where do they have the where does this person have the contest? Okay. Are you in my Discord, LeMay? Because there is in the on my Discord in the artist playground section, there's a thing called Writer's Corner. It's near the bottom. If you can find a clip or a link to a thing with a timestamp where they talk about the stuff, if you could post it in the writer's corner of the Discord so other people could see it and possibly check it out for themselves, that would be really cool, LeMay. Thank you. Okay. I want to do something tonight. I'm feeling better. Okay. Okay, so alrighty, let's get rolling. Maybe we could do kind of a short writing exercise tonight, not connected to anything else. Something short and sweet. We're gonna write in Google Doc today. What am I gonna call? I don't know. All right. Maybe I'll do some flash fiction. We'll see what it comes up. I haven't done like flash fiction stuff, so we'll see how it all comes together, chat. We'll see how it all comes together. Just something to get my mojo back, because I have been trying to get motivated to write for these last few days, and it has not been coming together, chat. So I just need something to get rolling. So there was something that happened. I don't want to go into too much details, but like, I had talked to my partner about some stuff, about some like world events, and that had given me some ideas and motivation to come up with this idea for a story. And I got really excited about the story, and I thought it'd be really cool to write about stuff like that's actually happening, but like do some political allegory stuff, right? And I ran the idea past my partner because I wanted to see what she thought about it, and she said that like it was a thing where the topic was a really serious topic, and I was taking it in kind of a very fantastical direction, and that there was a high chance that people would get very offended by what I was writing, and that kind of took the wind out of my sails, and I was a little bit frustrated about all of that stuff, because I do feel like I tackle some very important topics with my writing and with my stories. I just tackle them in fantastical settings. And I ran this story by one of my other friends, and my other friend was like, listen, this is functional, but the thing is you're stepping into a lot of these predispositions, and this event that you're writing about is a real world, like that you're making allegory to, is a real world event that does not involve you in any way, shape, or form. So trying to write a story like is kind of like appropriating a different situation. I won't go into all the details about it, but I think it was very good criticism to hear. It was very good criticism to hear. You found the Google Doc form? Okay, can you post it in the Writers Corner Discord of the Discord, LeMay? Please. Which, like, it's always good to have friends who will, like, tell you when you're about to do something stupid. And, like, actually, after I stopped to look at it, I was like, okay, this, you already did? Okay, I'll take a look at it. But I was like, this could be problematic, right? And I kind of, there's that thing where you have to kill your darlings. You have to, like, be willing to take the thing you're excited about and put it away and just delete the file, whenever it's something that's not going to work, instead of trying to, like, slave over it and pour stuff into it to try to make it work. Sometimes you just have to let go and move on to another project. And I had to go through that process, and it was good to do that. But going through that process kind of took the wind out of my sails, and I was already struggling with motivation. I was already struggling with motivation, and then having that kind of undercut me a little bit. Having that criticism kind of called me up short, and was just like, okay. And then I just kind of lost all forward momentum. All right, let's see what this Google form sign is. Freaky Friday Flash Fiction Contest, Spooky Flash Fiction Competition Challenge to all writers. Thriller, horror, mystery, supernatural. Okay, so it's have till Sunday. Ah. Oh, geez. This is like serious stuff. I'm not really a horror writer. I do more sci-fi and action adventure. But I think I will try doing a little flash fiction story. Thriller, horror, mystery, supernatural. I did try doing that one spooky Zoid story where like the Zoids were like coming alive repeatedly. Zombie mech time. Oh. You're not entirely wrong, Goldfish. Zombie mech time. Let me brainstorm this. Let me brainstorm this, chat. Okay. Zombie virus led to collapse of civilization. What caused the zombie virus? Could do it as like an inversion of my Catlandia story. Zombie virus. Hmm. Virus turns victims into metallic life forms. Could do Warframe style. He's a newbie who usually does detective work. This will be his first undercover mission, and he and his mentors think their client wants to use him as bait. They, however, think they can pull one over the client. Ooh, okay. So it's not that he's bad at being a spy. It's that he has no experience being a spy. He has experience with detective work, which were being smarts and all of that stuff comes together, and he's new in the spy role, and he thinks he's being set up. Dark Gundam. The Dark Gundam. Which reminds me, I should actually go through and watch all of G Gundam. I remember watching most of it as a kid. Ah. That's true. Dark Gundam, large mech design to perfectly evolve using revolutionary living metal cells. Hmm. Excuse me. I want to make sure I don't lean too much into the sci-fi and that I make sure to do some like spooky horror-y things. Remember I did that biomech story? Remember that one? How many words was that one? Hold on. I did a biopunk story. How many? That was 1,000 words. So in a yeah, I wrote this story for a collab I did with Hero Girls, where like she wrote something, I wrote something, and basic idea of that as I'm looking on that, and basic idea was using biocomputer. They made these essentially fleshy mechs, and they made special genetically engineered humans that could interface with the mechs, with the flesh mechs. Yeah, I did tinker with this, but this wasn't so much let me put this on screen. Let me put this on screen. So this was a story I wrote for quite a while ago. I called the bad guy's ultimate weapon was the alien over controller, or AOC. If I actually turn this in, I'd have to change that because that's actually somebody's initials. Um, the scope of this was a bit big. This is like a whole epic. I could make an entire goodness. I could make an entire novel out of this. This is funny. Um, Oh my god. This was an interesting prompt. So basically, humanity has finds a alien brain, uses a frozen alien brain drifting through space, is able to use it to make a biocomputer. Well, they found it and they make the pilots and the mechs, but then that led to more wars and destruction. The great professor takes control of all of the pilots and brings them all under his control, ending all of the wars. But then he wants to install himself as the dictator over the world. But people were working because Janara, Dr. Janara was a xenobiologist that had been studying the alien biology and worked on a way to counter the alien brainwaves. First one they free was one named Onion. He was confused and conflicted because he was like, I'm sworn to fight for peace. And the doctor achieved that. Wouldn't it be better to surrender and just make peace with what we have? And Janara had this really cool line that I really like with like, what we have isn't peace, it's tyranny. And fear. We can only achieve peace when people choose to lay down their arms. Anything less is a farce that will never last. Whole thing with him kind of he gets over it. Steals one of the toms. Actually, it's bugging me, the AOC thing. Okay, cool. All right. This is not a bad plot. It's way too truncated to use for a complete like flash fiction story, but this could be an interesting direction to go for a novel. That was not what I wanted to do today. That's not what I'm looking for. That does give me some ideas, though. shaped into okay. Okay. Alien flesh. Ba 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 ba. Okay. Okay. Alien flesh. Go for the body horror. Okay. So, in order for it to be a punk story, there has to be something that some necessary thing for like life and survival that one community is hoarding, that another group is going to have to find a way to acquire. It has to be some kind of like class warfare. Um, ooh, what if it's a thing where you need, after you get the surgery of getting so what I'm working with here is this idea of you have to get some of the alien flesh infused in your body in order to be able to interface with the biotech. What if it's a thing where could go like Repo, the genetic rock opera, where like you need special pain medicine because of the because of the surgery, and the government uses uses that to control people. Hold on. Could definitely go some like repo kind of stuff. What's gonna be the surgery called? Okay. Okay. All right, let me. Found. It could survive the vacuum of space. Oh, there. Multiple stories tall. Okay. weeks at a time, but it's expensive to produce, and using it gives an unmatched high. Addictive, and its distribution is restricted. Okay. So we've got this setting. And it could just have a story of a guy. Like if I was writing this for the flash fiction, could have a story of the guy like losing himself as he plugs into the AFF. And having to fight someone over a vial of A serum. Mm-hmm. This idea I'm ripping straight from Repo, the Genetic Rock Opera, where there was a whole thing where they were harvesting the pain medicine from the dead bodies of the people who had used it before. No, I won't go. I won't do the. I mean, that's kind of like horror-ish, or maybe they're using. Ooh, okay, yeah. It is so good, LeMay. But I don't think I'll do that, because if it only lasts for weeks, it would have been removed by the Let me see something. Where is the body? What prepares the body for? Really? That's interesting. Embalmer. Embalmer. Okay. 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 Tries to reject the foreign blood. Okay. Uh, uh, I I don't know what I was gonna do for November, honestly, Goldfish. Uh, um, I have to come up with a different name for this. Matthew Charles is a common enough name. I'll run with it. So this was originally, this is based on something I did for a writing exercise a while back, and I don't know what I'm gonna do for November. I haven't been able to find my mojo or get my motivation, Goldfish, and this was just something I was working on tonight, honestly. LeMay mentioned that writing challenge, that Freaky Friday Flash Fiction writing challenge. And so I just started throwing together a setting, an idea, and trying to make some kind of like a horror themed story. that would fit within my wheelhouse. And and it kind of, I think it's come together pretty well. Now let's see if I can put it together. Okay. Yeah, the cockpit. Taking Time Queen Slay. I don't know. So, it's funny. Do I think I can handle being famous? When I was growing up, I was kind of like small town famous. I was very active in my church choir. I was very active in my church community. My family was very proactive in my community. People knew who I was. I was active in the theater. I was kind of a golden child, who was like, you know, a gifted child. And I did all this stuff, and it was quite the rush, feeling like I was going somewhere, like I was somebody, like I was somebody important. I felt valued. I felt important. When I would meet people who had heard of me, even if I hadn't heard of them, that did something, you know? But like, having grown up and seen more of the world, learned more of the world, I've seen how big the world is. How small even that experience was. There's part of me that still misses the feeling like people know me, like I'm important. And that's why I try to speak words of affirmation for all of you, because I want to help you all get that feeling of knowing that you are important and you matter and that I care about you. But as for me, I would be terrified, honestly. But I think I'd make it work. If I did something that was worthy of being famous, I think I'd make it work. Right? It would just be part of it. It would just be part of, you know, part and parcel of the adventure. You know what I mean? Like, what, the words of affirmation? Yeah. I get that feeling, Ticking Time Queen Slay. I get that feeling. Because I have anxiety too. I'd be worried about, like, I get worried with what I do here. That, like, one day I'll blow up and I'll have to deal with haters. I'll have to deal with people getting offended or angry. I'll be honest with you. So, there's this thing called... Actually, I don't want to talk about it. Actually, now that I think about it. Because there's this thing that is a possibility that could happen even now. Of how trolls could get to me and could, like, hurt me and make my life terrible. And even though it's a slim possibility, it is still a possibility of happening. And that slim possibility keeps me up at night. And I don't want to talk about it now. I don't want to talk about the different ways that trolls can hurt me, even with what little public facing stuff I have now, you know? Yeah, I would do that, ignore and ban. There's just dealing with the reality of the situation, you know? Ah. Yeah. Yeah, I do goldfish. Let me see how I do this. Hold on. Let me check. I think I have an extension. Let me check this real quick. Yes, I have an extension for Google Docs dark mode. It's just called Google Docs dark mode. And it's just a Chrome extension. Let me see if I can find. Let me view. Here we go. Here we go. Google Docs dark mode. Yep. Mm. Ah. What is a pylon? I won't use pylon because it's not holding up anything. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Um. I think I might be going a little too long here. I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Well, I'm trying to shoot for 1,500 or less words. But it does feel good to write stuff again. Yeah. Thank you, Goldfish. Oh, I'm gonna have to cut some words. Hello, Nevermore. Welcome in. I am doing a what's called Flash Fiction Challenge. I wanted to finish this. Let me see how many words did I get this down to. 1491. I was aiming to be under 1500. Okay. So I found LeMay mentioned this thing where there's this YouTuber who does like writing stuff and is doing a October Freaky Friday kind of like horror themed flash fiction sprint thingy. So it could be thriller, horror, mystery, supernatural. I kind of went for some horror. Some like body horror with like pain and stuff. Well, listen, I'm not very good at like I write sci-fi action adventure stories. Basic plot. I don't know who Clive Barker is. Basic plot is Hellraiser. Okay, I don't know what that is either. Nope, no idea. I have no idea what you're talking about, Nevermore. Old 80s movie. Okay. So basic plot here. Humanity discovered some like special alien flesh. Made far too many of those. Okay, goldfish. Humanity discovered some kind of like alien flesh on Pluto. And the alien flesh can be grown into multiple kinds of machinery and technology. But in order to control it, you have to have some of the flesh grafted to your body. And you like interface with it and move it like it's your own body. And the catch is that using the system is extremely painful. Using the system is just tons of pain. You feel pain and lots of phantom pain, and there's just tons of pain. And main character Matthew is working in a warehouse, moving cargo containers. And the idea is that working with this stuff is just absolute pain, but there's no other jobs for him, right? And he injures himself. Well, he injures the machine he's in by stepping on a steel beam that penetrates the foot of the mech, and he feels that, and it is like excruciatingly painful, right? And his boss contacts his doctor for him, which is this, like, in our society that would be like this gross overreach, right? Your boss talking to your doctor, right? But this is, in this dystopian world, it's just another thing that goes wrong, right? His boss talks to his doctor and gets a prescription for painkillers for him, and is like, here, now you have no excuse not to come into work tomorrow. And as he's racked with pain, he hobbles his way to the pharmacy. He gets there. Pharmacist is like, hey, this prescription is for grade A serum, and A serum is the special painkiller that stays in the body for weeks, and is made out of the alien. It's made using the alien flesh as its base. And he's like, we're out of grade A serum. Do you want me to call your doctor to see if I can get him to change the prescription to grade D? It's like, yes, please. Like, okay. And like, they tell him it's going to take 3 hours. So he just sits there in the pharmacy waiting. And they call him up 2 hours later. So he's like, okay, good. Save me an hour. And they tell him, the doctor said, since the boss filed the paperwork and the doctor did not examine him directly, the doctor doesn't want to write a new prescription. So now that thing his boss did to help him out of getting the painkiller is now coming back to haunt him. And the pharmacist says, even if you did get it for grade D, while you were waiting, someone came in and bought the last of our grade D A serum. He said, like, can you call the other pharmacies in the area and see if anybody else has some A serum? He's like, I did. We were the last place in this sector that had even grade D A serum. Like, okay. And your insurance doesn't support out of sector pharmacies, so you can't even go to another sector to find it. I'm sorry. And he's like, okay, whatever. He takes the prescription, he just turns around and leaves. And the pharmacist is like, don't blame us. Blame the military. They're the ones getting our allotment of A serum. And then that night, he sneaks into the graveyard. And he gets to the embalmer. And then it's revealed that if you die with A serum in your system, the embalmer is supposed to take that fluid out when you're being prepared for your funeral, and is supposed to discard that contaminated A serum, right? And I'll say last about a week. 2 weeks is too much. And he goes there, and the embalmer is supposed to discard the fluid, but the embalmer keeps some of it. Is able to sort out some of the contaminated stuff, but it's contaminated with somebody else's blood. So there's all this chance for disease, right? And it's not going to last as long. It's not as strong. It was partially being processed, and it's not even being stored properly. But it's better than nothing. So he gets some A serum, and he starts feeling that high. He feels that lightness. He feels like the pain just goes away. And the embalmer says, this is only going to last a week. And it said earlier, he paid most of his month's salary in order to get this dose that's only going to last a week. Right. So the embalmer takes the fluid out and then puts the embalming fluid in. So what does the embalmer do with the A serum that's left in your body? And I think this count. I mean, what do you think this counts as horror? It's got the body horror, it's got the pain, it's got the horrors of capitalism, right? The dystopian future. And the horror element of like the I think so, Goldfish. Yeah. And then the whole thing with the embalmer and the blood and the bodies and the fluid. Well, nevermore. This is being written theoretically for a writing contest. This particular thing was for a flash fiction contest to write about horror. I want to get other people to read it. See what they think of it. Okay. It is going on 1 a.m. Chat, y'all let me all let me cook too long. All right, so as it stands, tomorrow, or now today for me, Tuesday, 3:30 p.m. EST. I'm going to be doing a special stream. It's going to be a D&D stream. Going to be doing the Get in the Robot system, testing that with 3 players, and going to be tinkering with that, assuming everything goes good, because a couple of the players live in the path of this hurricane that's coming, so don't know what stuff's going to look like tomorrow, or like if they're going to have to evacuate, or what's going to happen with that. What? Yeah. Oh. But yeah. So gonna be doing that tomorrow. But yeah, let's wind down for the night. That was fun doing a little bit of a writing exercise. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. I think so. It's just under the 1500 max limit. I wanna see if I can find someone who'd be willing to read it and give me some notes and some editing. Because I'm not good at editing. I'll be honest, I'm not good at editing. And I might end up submitting it. Like, it's not a big contest. It's not a big prize, right? I don't know how many people are entering, but 12 people get published in an anthology, which could be cool. Get a one-on-one critique with 2 people, and a live read of it. And then if the 4 finalists get all of that and a $20 Barnes & Noble gift card. Where do I submit it? Okay. There's where I submit it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I want to get someone to read over it. I don't know who's going to read over it, but I want to get someone to read over it, a goldfish, and then I'll take it from there. I probably should have changed to the writing section of a Twitch. I should have changed the thing to writing, but whatever. Considering I was doing some writing, I guess that's what they call a whatchamacallit, a sprint. All right, let's wind down. I'm hungry. That was over 4-hour stream, chat. 4-hour stream. All right. So, for those of you who don't know, and I'm sure most of you do, I like to speak positive affirmations about my viewers at the end of the stream and shout out everybody who was here and who spoke in chat. So, I will say to all the people who spoke in chat, we had Kimberly, we had Jesus, we had Noel Main, we had Kalora, we had Nabiru, had Alice, Petya Blackburn, LeMay, Noel Main, who else did we have? We had Goldfish, of course. Cannot forget Goldfish. Had Nevermore. Ticking Time Queen Slay was here. And Nevermore, and I do believe that was all the people who said stuff in chat. So to all you people who said stuff in chat, thank you for helping to make tonight great. I know I wasn't super talkative, but it was great to have all of you here. I appreciate your input. I appreciate your presence. To everyone who watched the stream and didn't say anything, all my lurkers, I want to say thank you to all of you. I appreciate your presence. And you make so much stuff possible. Just having people here to watch just helps with a whole lot of stuff. Goodness. And To all the people who watch this VOD afterwards, thank you for your views and for your participation in this community. I want to say to all of you, whether you spoke in the chat, whether you lurked, whether you watched the VOD, I want to say to all of you that I love all of you and I believe in each and every one of you. I think that you all are truly special, one-of-a-kind individuals, and that this world is better for having you in it. I believe in your infinite potential to do things that only you can do. And I believe that you are worthy of happiness, deserving of good things, and you matter. Your hopes, your fears, your dreams, and your concerns are valid and worthy of notice. Always remember the Star Hunter motto: shoot for the stars, have wonderful adventures, live your dreams, and always stop to enjoy the memes. If you're watching on YouTube, please be sure to like the stream. It helps the algorithm with getting it out to more people. I really appreciate whenever I have those likes from all of you. It helps with growing the content and getting more people in here, which is always fun. If you have any friends or neighbors or aunts or uncles or relatives or anyone you think might enjoy my content, feel free to show them my content and invite them to the next stream. Like I said, next stream is going to be tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. EST. Well, now it's today, but you know what I mean. It's not tomorrow until I go to bed. And I will say that I would hope to see people there. Depending on if people show up for that stream, if people like it, and how well it goes, it might turn into a regular thing. We're kind of leaning towards not because it's been so difficult. Exactly, Goldfish. Because of how difficult it's been to get scheduling to work for us to have this game. So we are gonna see what that looks like moving forward. I know some people are really excited about the possibility of making it into an actual campaign, but I want to see where it goes from there. Okay. With that said, one last thing. You do not have to donate to be here. You're not expected to give money to be welcome in this community. I value your time, your attention, and your energy. I value each and every one of you. Now, I will be honest, right now I am in some kind of rough financial situations because I don't know. My financial situation is very uncertain right now. I will keep you all posted. At some point in the future, I may need to do a donathon in which I ask people to start giving money because I'm going to need help. But we will see what it's like until we have to get there. I appreciate the people who do donate, who have made things possible for me that would not be normally possible. The people who give money, and that means the absolute world to me. And if you ever feel motivated to donate to help me out, there are links where you can do so down below in the description on YouTube and the donate button on Twitch. On YouTube, there is the PayPal where you can do a one-time donation, or Ko-fi where you can do either a one-time donation or a monthly donation. If you're going to do a one-time donation, I prefer you do PayPal because I get more of the money. And if you do the monthly donation on Ko-fi, there's not any rewards for that right now. It's more of just saying that there's a tangible way you want to say that you appreciate my content. And the donate button on Twitch just takes you to Ko-fi where you can again do one-time donation or monthly donation. With that said, thank you all. Have a good night, and I'll see you all tomorrow.